Tear him out, Mark.
Players, the higher seeds do get the choice of start, and we'll move the name. We'll flip the names according to each choice. All right, professional bowlers, go ahead and report to your peers. Since we're all here, we're going to go ahead and get started.
Se me atrapalhar alguma coisa, privado. No inglês, se me atrapalhar, me puxem o rei para devagar. Então, qualquer coisa ligamos para o Monocelli. Repite, Monocelli. Vai, PBA. Só.
All right, professional bowlers, go ahead. Your lanes are ready for your 5 minutes of practice on your starting pairs. professionals in practice, and this is a best 2 out of 3 game match. The winners of this match will compete against the bowlers qualifying for the just under 2 minutes. I mean, you practice 2 minutes, minute and a half now. All right, professional bowlers, please hold up on your practice. As I was saying earlier, this is a qualifiers 9 through 16. It's a best 2 out of 3 game match. If you do need bowlers, if you need your names flipped, let us know at the desk and we'll do that for you. Let's give these bowlers a nice round of applause. Good luck, bowlers. Please click your check marks and turn play. Gary, hit your check marks on the screens. All right, and that concludes our qualifiers 9 through 16. Here's what we had in the last matches. Down 3 and 4, Jeff Atkins over John Rukoski, 2-0. Then on lanes 5 and 6, C.K. Moore over Mark Sullivan, 2-1. Gary Alstad over Jaed Dartwana. Again, here we go. On 7 and 8, Gary Alstad over Jared Dartona, 2-1. And then on 9 and 10, Lyle Coleman over Tom Carter, 2-1. Since we have to have fresh oil for each round, we're going to have the lane maintenance crew come out and re-oil lanes. And then after they get by 11 and 12 down there, both in pairs, the players remaining get loose on the in pairs while we're waiting for the lanes to get oil. And then we'll give them 5 minutes of practice on their side pairs. So I'll go ahead and cut it. Finishes 13 through 16 here shortly.
No problem. Thank you. It's just
Yeah.
we have a whole thing of them. While we have this little bit of time, would anyone be willing to share your experience about the machine going on camera for us? Anybody want to share your experience with the machine so far and turn it with us? On camera? Just drop the phone. I have a case of radio. Oh, you good? Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I was off by now. I don't know what. I'm sorry, I got caught up with Brian.
Bowling in around the next round, which will be qualifiers 5 through 8. You may bowl on lanes 1 and 2 at your leisure.
That did hold really good. That hold really good. So I'm happy with that. Yeah, hung in there, so it was good to get paid. So. A little better, yeah.
All right, professional bowlers, head to your start pairs. Starting confidence. Alrighty, bowling fans, these are now the qualifiers 5 through 8 added to the mix. It's going to be another best 2 out of 3 game match. We're going to start these bowlers here. If there are 5 minutes of practice, you may roll your balls when you're ready. Round 2 minutes maybe practice, 2 minutes. In 10 seconds comes up. Please hold. Just in there. All right, please hold up on your practice balls. Again, old fans, these are the qualifier spot for being added to the next. Best higher seats have choice to start, so if you need names flipped, let us know here at the desk. Let's give these bowlers a nice round of applause. Good luck, bowlers.
Most of my stuff is I don't know. Yeah, no, those, the one I like the most is hard.
It's my real gig. Hey, everybody. We're here at Lehigh Lanes for the PBA50 regional, sponsored by Chris Keene and Dennis Bush. We are in the semifinal round with Walter Ray against Kyle Coleman, Steve Furman against Gary Allstott, Mitch Beasley against C.K. Moore, and Jeff Adkins against Anthony Cruz. This is the best 2 out of 3. Bowl on a 45-foot Johnny Petraglia pattern. The first PBA tournament ever to be held on USBC certified string pins. There will be 3 tournaments held on string pins altogether, and then it will be determined if they are going to be PBA legal. Unfortunately, this tournament doesn't receive a PBA title because it is a test program. But you do get the money, which is a good thing. I bowled on them, qualified 10th, I believe, or 9th. I didn't see a whole lot of difference bowling on string pins. It just made you have to make, I think, a little better shots. You couldn't, those light messengers didn't carry quite as well, but as long as you hit the pocket flush, you were fine. I didn't have any weird things happen with the strings. There might have been some, none to my knowledge, but you know, it's the first tournament. It's a little bit different. One thing I can say, the pins are always on spot. There's no ball calls, no ball returns. It ran really smooth. The biggest dilemma right now is players trying to navigate the pattern. We're so used to giving the ball away and watching it come back. You can give it away on this pattern, and it does come back. But if it doesn't come back exactly flush, you're probably going to leave a 10 pin, and if it comes in too high, you're going to be leaving a 4 pin. This pattern just makes you make better shots, which is nothing wrong with that. In this round, there are 3 lefties, and it didn't seem like the left had any advantage over the right. It's just, you know, it's the pattern. You just had to make good shots. I did notice the guys with a higher rev rate. I mean, it's all about angle entry. Some things came in a little harder if you had an extreme angle entry. I don't have that, but it didn't seem to affect my carry any, as long as you flushed up to the pocket. One thing I haven't seen is messengers. You don't see a messenger flying across the deck and taking out anything. So that's probably the biggest difference that I've noticed on the pins. So the top four guys got a 2-round bye, which was Tom Hess, Ryan Schaefer, Ricky Schisler, and Michael Hagen. So the winners of these matches will have to go against those gentlemen. So the winner of Jeff Adkins and Anthony Cruz will have to bowl Tom Hess. The winner of Mitch Beasley and C.K. Moore will have to bowl Ryan Schaefer. The winner of Gary Allstott and Steve Furman will have to bowl Ricky Schisler. And last but not least, the winner of Walter Ray Williams and Lyle Coleman will have to bowl Michael Hagen. This is the first game of the best 2 out of 3 match. Anthony Cruz and Jeff Adkins pretty much at a tie. Mitch Beasley got a fair lead over C.K. Moore. Steve Furman and Gary Allstott almost neck and neck. And the same with Walter Ray and Kyle Kuhlman. I bowled on 9 and 10, and that was a high-scoring pair. Lyle just about shot 300 at me at the front 8. It's a higher-scoring pair, it looks like. They did re-oil after our round, so they are bowling on the fresh. After this tournament is over today, the players are going to have to beat feet. Practice round tomorrow at Maple Lanes Countryside in Clearwater, Florida for the PBA50 National Tour. So Jeff Atkins, strike, spare. The next 6 and leaves a 2-8. So Jeff Atkins is going to win the first match. Mitch Beasley is going to be the winner of his match going into game 2. Again, Walter Ray and Lyle are neck and neck. And Gary and Steve are pretty much neck and neck. So, and they've got 3 frames to go. So, you know, it's bowling. Anything can happen. Jeff Atkins playing it pretty straight, just kind of right down 13-15, which was a little farther right than we played them this morning, but quite sure Walter Ray's playing them pretty much the same. It seemed like the tighter you could keep the ball to the pocket, the better your carry was, even though Lyle attacks him totally different. He's got a lot of rev rate, and he sends it farther right and was able to get it back. Some of us have sent it to the right. Unfortunately, make the ball make the turn. Jeff Atkins is going to shoot a nice 250 game starting out. Again, this is the best 2 out of 3. You got Mitch Beasley playing him way to the inside. He's crossing about 22 at the arrows, getting it out to about 8-10. So Lyle and him are playing about the same line, and everybody else is playing a little bit straighter. The only thing about playing them in, they're already deep. There's not too much place to go after you already started that deep. So if they burn up the lane, scores could change, obviously, pretty drastically in game 3 if it gets that far. Walter Ray with a double in the 8th and 9th, which gives him a 10-pin lead in that game going into the 10th. 133-134 in the 7th against Furman and Allstott. And Mitch Beasley is going to shoot 229, and the best CK Moore can shoot is 180. Walter Ray leaving a 7-pin, first ball of the 10th. That allows Lyle to take the lead if he can throw that first strike in the 10th. Allstott with a 4-pin. It was high flush, thought it was going down. No cigar. The thing about this format is, if you're out of it, you can experiment a little bit because you got another game to try to figure out something. So it's not about total pins. It's just best 2 out of 3. Lyle just left a 4-9 in the 10th frame. He must convert this. Well, it doesn't really make a difference. He, unfortunately, as I get in front of the scores, Lyle lost that first match to Walter Ray Williams, going to game 2. Gary Allstott can shoot 202. Steve Furman, if he strikes out, can shoot 203. And Lyle did pick up the 4-9, but he's only going to shoot 197 if he strikes to Walter Ray's 208. Gary Allstott leaving a 2-pin. Best he can shoots 192. So 9 spare strike for Steve is a tie. Oh, we have a special guest. Tom Clark, commissioner of the PBA, just walked in. So Steve Furman is going to be over Gary Allstott going into match 2. Again, best 2 out of 3. The first person to win 2 games advances to the top 8. So to make the finals for the 6 games, the cut number was 1252. Had to be plus 52 pins to make the cut. The tournament leaders, we had 2 gentlemen that tied, Tom Hess and Michael Hogan, at 198 over. So it took an average of 208.67 to make this final round.
Thank you, sir.
So on 9 and 10, Jeff Atkins, who won the first match, started out with spare, open strike, and now another split. Anthony Cruz, spare 3-bagger. So at that rate, that match will go to 3. Mitch Beasley starting out strike, spare, double. CK Moore, spare, strike, spare, strike. So pretty much an even match so far. Lyle and Walter Ray. Lyle starting out with a 3-bagger. Walter Ray, spare, double. And Furman and Allscott just got started. So they both have a mark in the first. So I got Neil Strimmel here from the PBA. What do you think about the tournament so far?
Well, I'm here to do testing and get information and get data. So far, I'm getting a lot of information and data, so it's a success for me to gather all that. We're going to have a couple more tournaments later this year in October, one in Wisconsin, one in Indiana, and that'll be regular regionals. So we'll have, higher speed and rev rate to go along with what we've seen so far this week. So it's going to be a long process to evaluate everything, but by the first of the year, we'll make a decision and decide whether the PBA is going to allow titles and competition to be on this type of string pin or not.
So do you think if it is approved, they might retroactively go back and sign those titles for those 3 tournaments?
Yeah, we would have to. Yeah, I'm not ready to have that discussion yet. I mean, we'd have to figure out like everything that went well. The first thing that pops in my head is the fact that we had a unique scenario yesterday with one of the squads. 2 of the games were in the wrong mode because we had a lane breakdown and we switched things around, and the next thing you know, we were not in USBC certified mode, we were in recreational mode. And so I don't know, we have to think about what does that affect, and do we want to include that or not. But if it's something that we end up certifying and approving for the PBA, it's definitely a discussion we should have. So we'll see. Yeah.
All right.
Long answer.
Long answer, but to be determined.
Yeah. Long answer for no answer. Yeah. So.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
No problem. Yeah. Take care.
Walter Ray obviously found something. Spare 4-bagger. Lyle starting out with the front 4, so this match is going to be a slugfest. And at this rate, it could go to game 3. Oh, Lyle just swung that out just a hair too far. It looked like the ball burned up. 7-10 after having the front 4. So the CK Moore match of Mitch Beasley. CK started out with spare, but obviously he's found something. He threw the next 3. Mitch Beasley strike, spares, double, but then big 4. So it kind of looks like every match, if it keeps going the way it's going, is going to go to the max, 3 games. Mitch Beasley filling that frame after that open with a big strike. So that match is really tight. So I'm on a handheld mic walking around. So you're probably going to hear people talking in the background, all kinds of comments. I'm just not in one place. Trying to give you the best perspective I can from what I see. I get a chance to get down there and talk to Tom Clark, commissioner of the PBA, and see what he thinks about the first PBA string pin tournament. I'm good. I got Tom Clark here. I'm going to steal him for a second. I know you just walked in. So far, what have you seen, or what do you think about our first PBA string pin test tournament?
Well, seriously, just in the last 5 seconds, I saw something that I had heard was impossible to, for example, make the 7-10 split. I've heard people say on string you can't do it. And I just watched a guy who would have made it. I mean, he didn't make it, but he missed by like a sliver, and it was like bad luck that he didn't make it. So he would have made it. So you can make the 7-10 on string. No, I really look forward to watching with an open mind. I think I come into it like a lot of people who grew up bowling and love the traditional game and have concern, for string, but with more exposure to it and more opportunities like this, put the best bowlers, in the world on it and see what the results are and see their opinions really will be the most important thing. Can really maybe open a lot of other people's minds. And when you consider the importance of uh, string pins to a lot of business owners and bowling center proprietors staying alive, you have to recognize it and see maybe the future um, and understand we got to keep bowling alive, number one.
Right.
So
Totally agree.
that's number one. So now we figure out, okay, so what are the differences? Maybe we can outline them. Maybe there's certain kinds of events we can do. Maybe there's certain that we don't want to do. I really don't know until we have all the data and we have all the input from all these people. So I'm really happy with Lehigh Lanes, giving us this opportunity to do an event like this. And it really feels kind of special when you think about it, that it's kind of the start of maybe a new era in the whole sport.
I think it's definitely an advantage for, especially some of the smaller centers because of cost of a mechanic and parts and everything else. I think, like you said, it will keep bowling alive for a lot of centers. And that's basically what it's all about. I bowled on them yesterday. I was fortunate enough to make the cut, but I didn't see that big a difference other than the fact that I need to throw it better and hit flush in the pocket. Didn't see a lot of light hits, but I did get a couple of light hits. Ripped out some 4s and 7s and a 10-pin. So realistically, from my perspective, and being an older bowler coming from the old school, and I know there's a lot of traditionalists out there that might not like it, but I didn't think it was a bad thing. I enjoyed the experience.
Well, it looks like to me, and I have never seen certified string pins in person. I've seen it on video. I was watching this tournament on YouTube. I've never seen it in person. And just my first impressions after watching 8 frames. First of all, Walter Ray has 7 out of 8 strikes, so that hasn't changed.
He still strikes a lot.
Yeah. My first impression is there's probably some pros and cons for the traditionalist. The pro being, it looks like these pins are all dead straight on spot every time. That's what it looks like to me. I keep looking out, and that's an advantage over what we face normally. A con could be when I watch a good pocket hit and see a situation where you normally see a pin roll across the deck. They don't. They kind of lie right there on the deck. They're kind of dead. There isn't a lot of standing there watching because, wait, that pin might roll. It might take out. It might, I don't see a lot of that, which some people might not like.
For me, on the other side of the coin, obviously, again, being older, don't have the rev rate of a lot of the younger players. I actually think it evens out the playing field because they're not getting the messages that I can't create anyway. So
right, it's not coming off the wall as hard, and right.
So I think it kind of evens out the playing field. So I'm looking forward to. I know we got 2 more tournaments coming up in October, and we're gonna make a judgment call.
And those two events will be with the kids. It'll be open regional events that are going to have a lot of top current stars on the PBA tour, and so we'll get a different perspective there as well. And I'm also thinking at those events, one of the things that I may be crazy, but one of the things I was afraid of with string is like maybe it would change the game so much that the new strategy in the game would be to throw it as hard as you can at the head pin, and the carry and the pin action would be so much different that it would change what makes someone great at the game. So, and it's probably baseless, but that's just what I was thinking. So I may put a couple people in those fields and tell them just throw it at the head pin and see what happens. Maybe Sean Rash will do it for me, or if Kevin McCune does it, he might break the whole bowling center. But we might want to look at something like that and say, okay, wait a second. Is the pin action so different that if you just fire at the head pin, you carry even more than a pocket hit? Well, we should find out.
On the good side of things, I don't see any deadwood. So
Mhm.
you don't have any dead wood. You got it.
What's John Weber going to do? Thank God he's retired. He used to be the guy who would go down there and get that deadwood.
And you don't have any pins falling in the ball return chute. So
Oh, right.
good speed up right.
How about while you were bowling? Were there any tangling issues?
I seen one
Yeah.
in our 6 games that we bowled. But that was the only one I saw.
Okay. How long does it take to untangle it?
It took them probably about, realistically, 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay. And they had to go down there and do
Well,
it.
the mechanic in the back did it. It was
Okay.
just that gate comes down, you can't hardly see anything. It goes back up, and they were messing around. And that's the only thing that's a little distracting because that shield comes down in front of the pins. and it
Oh,
brings them
yeah,
up.
yeah.
And then when they're untangling the shield, you go back up, and all you see was dangling pins and trying to
I see.
undo it. So that kind of held up play for a little bit because you didn't know what was actually going to happen, considering it's the first time we ever bowled on it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the only thing I noticed.
Okay.
I appreciate your time.
Yeah, thanks,
for
Tom.
talking.
Thanks for doing this. Glad you're back
Enjoy the
out
rest
here.
of the day. You and me both.
And really, and you know what I actually mean by that, because I'm glad Linda's back out here. All right.
She's looking forward to working next week.
Good. All right, thanks.
Yep.
Yeah, I like the count.
So this will be going into game 3 on this ender of 9-10. Anthony Cruz defeating Jeff Atkins this game. Anthony shooting a good 225. The best that Jeff can shoot is 192. Walter Ray Hanley got game 2 on the other end with spare next 7 spare, 9 spare. He's going to shoot 240. CK Moore winning game 2 here, going to shoot 220. Mitch Beasley can strike out for 222. CK can go 226. He's just got to hit some pins. And right now, Steve Furman is down to Gary Allstott. Steve's got 85 in the 6th. Allstott 114 with a spare up. Just kind of a little bit of lull in the action, guys. Finishing up game 2, and they'll be getting started in the final game again. Best 2 out of 3 in this tournament until they get to the final match. And 1 game total pins. So I got Chris Keene with me here, and some people in the chat kind of wondering, as a proprietor, expense-wise and things, what do you think about going to string pins?
Financially, performance-wise, it's just all plus, plus, plus. There's been no downside to it yet. We have no mechanical costs anymore. We have no parts to replace. Play is faster. Play is better. There's no stops. It just all works, and it's
a win-win on the proprietor side.
It's a win-win-win. And performance-wise, it's a very, very fair result. You throw it good, you get strikes. You don't throw it good, you make spares, and it's just bowling. It works.
How long do you take to put them in?
They started tearing them out on a Monday morning, and on Wednesday night we had 6 lanes running. And by the end of the week, we had all 12 running.
So they had to take out everything of the old machines.
Everything, the sidewalls, everything. The only thing left was the lanes, and you could see through to the back of the building. Everything was gone. And they put it all back together in a week. Everything back there is all brand new. Kickback, sidewalls, everything is new.
Do you have to have a different scoring system for this?
No, we had the best X, and it adapted to it. It's just 1 generation newer, so we had to change all the processors in the back, and that was part of the package. And the new foul lights, because they had to be able to talk to the new processors, so that was part of the package. So
that's all a Qubica system?
All a Qubica system. They were very efficient, very professional. They came in, they knocked it out, cleaned it up, discarded all the old parts, and they left us like this, operational and happy.
You gotta love it. You gotta love it. All right, Chris, thanks for your time. I appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Oh, one other question. Who's your pick to win?
Unfortunately, it's got to be Hess. He's on a roll. He beat my butt last week. I told him I let him win last week so he could continue on the roll, but he's just throwing it so good, and he's seeing it so well. It's going to be hard to beat.
I agree. Okay.
He's got it going on.
My mistake, folks. Walter Ray did take out Lyle Coleman in 2. I thought Lyle won the first one, but Walter took him out in 2. We have 2 matches going to the 3rd game. Still waiting on Gary Elstad and Steve Furman. So that's going to go to 3. So as the tournament director of the South region, Stephen Taylor, what do you think of the first string pin tournament?
I've really enjoyed it. I mean, my first experience with it, yes, it's a different animal. It's going to take a different type of bowling than we're used to, but I believe it's a good thing for PBA.
You think it'll catch on to other centers?
With the economical perspective of the machines, I think it would really hit on. But the game size, it just depends on the bowler, you know. I mean, if they want to try new things, if they want to experience it, you know.
I think all kinds of opinions out there. The old traditionals are still going to think that without the strings is the best.
Right.
Some people are going to think it's okay. I mean, there's going to be a mix. But evolution's evolution. And we've changed from plastic to urethane to reactive. We went from wood to synthetic. This could be a wave of the future.
That's it.
So I think people just need to experience it, and I think they're going to get pleasantly surprised.
Correct.
When they bowl on them. You know, it just rewards you for making good shots. So that guy you're bowling against that gets a lucky messenger coming across.
You ain't gonna get that here.
You're not gonna get that. It's just about a guy that makes good shots.
That's right.
In just a few minutes, we'll get started in game 3, 3 of our 4 matches. If you're watching this match against Mitch Beasley and CK Moore, there's what we're talking about. Looks like a good shot. It wasn't quite flush, almost flush, but it leaves a 10 pin. So those are the kind of things that you see, I believe, in this game. Where you better hit flush and maybe even a little high flush. I honestly think that the string pins bring back in shot making in the game. I mean, obviously, watching the two-handers and the evolution of bowling, it's all about a higher rev rate, more speed. And the real thing is some people can't do that. And so it kind of shuts them out. I believe the string pins might level out the playing field a little bit. Not as many messengers going across and give us guys that don't have that high rev rate or that big ball speed a little more of a chance to compete. More people bowling is not a bad thing. Going to this final game, Jeff Adkins, strike, spare, 3-bagger. Anthony Cruz, double, split, strike, spare. I got Walter Ray standing right next to me. He won his first match in 2 games. So after bowling on the string pins on our first PBA stop, what's your feelings?
They're not too bad. I mean, they're not exactly the same, but they're pretty close. You throw good shots, you got a good chance of striking. You know, some of the lighter hits don't carry quite as well as a free fall, but I don't think I've seen a trip 2-pin. Don't see as many solid 8s. Don't see as many solid 9s.
I did have a trip 2-pin.
Did you?
I did.
Well, I haven't seen any, so there haven't been very many. I know that. I mean, Lyle almost caved in the head pin against me, but I don't. You know, so you get some stuff and you don't get some stuff. I mean, the carry's probably, I think for most people, a touch lower. For me, yesterday was actually pretty decent. I managed to only have one open yesterday, and that was a 4-9 that I slid to 4 in front of the 9. So I was pretty fortunate not to have splits and stuff when I threw bad shots. So the pattern plays very playable. It's not dead easy, but it's not impossible.
So in the future, if another tournament comes up with string pins, would you bowl?
Well, yeah, this isn't the first time I've bowled on string pins, so yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the future of bowling, whether some people like it or not. You know, you can whine all you want about it. It's like the two-handed bowlers. You know, a lot of people complain about that. Like, it's going to happen. Sorry.
That's what I said a little while ago.
Some people don't like left-handers, so you know.
As we have Troy Lent sitting right in front of us,
sitting right next
player
to
of the year sitting in front of us.
Yeah. I mean, bowling left side, you know, it's a completely different game than the right side. And you know, I watched the guys on tour for years, and you know, at home they all say, "Oh, the left side's easier, left side's easier." Well, yeah, the lanes don't change as much, but on the tour, it's different. Right. You know, you got to really step your game up to bowl well on the national tour. And even on the senior national tour, it's the
senior tours isn't a gimme. A lot of people think you walk in.
No, I mean, No doubt about it. The guys on the national tour are way better than the guys on the senior tour. I mean, you look at Tom Hess and Chris Barnes, they both bowled on the national tour this year, and didn't do as well as they'd like, obviously. They come out here, and Tom's led every tournament he's bowled in so far, and and Chris is right up there on the top every week, and but it's a little different when you have the the higher rev rate compared to everybody else. You can kind of play off of that, and they're both great shot makers, and but the guys on the national tour are really, really, really good. They don't get enough credit. That's my opinion. They just, everybody, is used to the house conditions, guys averaging 230, 240, and they think they're just as good as the guys bowling on tour. Come out and bowl.
Come out and bowl. Who's your next match with?
Michael Haugen.
Michael Haugen. Co-tournament leader. Yes. Well, good luck in your next match.
Might need a lot, yeah. Got to throw some good shots.
So I said earlier, we have last year's PBA50 Player of the Year, Troy Lynch, sitting right in front of us. So I'm going to sneak over here and ask Troy some questions. So you didn't bowl this regional. How come?
The weather had a little bigger effect on my knee than I thought it was going to. Okay. My knee was a little swollen this week since it stormed.
At the end of last season, you had a little knee trouble.
Oh, no, the whole season. I hurt my knee before I went out on tour.
But you had a great year. You had a phenomenal year. I don't know how you made it through.
Neither do all my doctors. I had a major tear in my meniscus and still recovering from it. So
what do you think about string pins just watching?
So I think it fits into my game a little more than what people would think. I like to be high in the pocket. I like solid pocket hits, and I think string pins reward the people that are higher in the pocket. I think your light hits, your off hits are going to be the difference maker in this. And Walter's exactly right. This is the future of bowling, and you either keep going or you quit. So,
well, if you love to bowl, you're going to bowl.
Exactly.
I personally, first time I ever bowled on them, I didn't see a whole lot of difference. I think it credits you to having to make a little bit better shots. You don't have the miss room, but that's not a bad thing. I don't think. I mean, you shouldn't have.
I agree.
Miss room either.
No, I agree. I agree that it puts more emphasis on being in the pocket, more just higher in the pocket, higher in the pocket shots. But good. They look phenomenal. They did a great job with this. I mean, very few mistakes.
A lot of people, I think,
problems.
You'd see the strings, but you don't even really notice the strings on
the biggest difference is the curtain that comes down instead of a rack.
Right. And I said that earlier, and that's kind of throws you off a little bit because of the curtain that comes down.
Yeah, you're right. You're exactly right. It's fun to watch, too. I mean, there are different challenges. It's fun.
You bowl in Clearwater?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll see you in Clearwater.
All right, buddy. Thank you.
So this last match in hand, Jeff Atkins, clean through 7 frames. Unfortunately, his opponent, not so much. Anthony Cruz, double, open, strike, open, spare, open, 108 in the 7th. It looks like that match is going to go to Jeff Atkins. Right now, Mitch Beasley, C.K. Moore are kind of duking it out. And our final match, Gary Allstott, Steve Furman. Allstott with a 3-bagger spare. Furman starting out with 3 spares. So in just a few minutes, we'll have the conclusion of this round. The round of 16, going to the round of 8 with Tommy Hess, Walter Ray, Ryan Schaefer, Ricky Schisler, and Michael Haugen. And we're just waiting on who their opponents are going to be. Anthony Cruz finally striking in the eighth. He can shoot out for 198. He's got to have a little help from Jeff Atkins, though. Atkins already at 180. Steve Furman, a little hiccup here with the 6-7-10 split in the fifth frame. Cruz with a double in the eighth and ninth. He's going to need them all and hoping to get a little help from Jeff Atkins. So I got a gentleman from Qubica here. First name I forgot. Joel. He's here with Qubica that watched the tournament. I just got a question in the chat that we brought up that Neil mentioned earlier about recreational mode and tournament mode. What is the difference?
So recreational mode has shorter string lengths and a shorter delay time with the scoring. So with USB-C guidelines for USB-C settings, they require a 4-second delay on the scoring before it can be read, and then you also have longer strings with a minimum string length of 54 inches.
So what's the difference in pinfall between shorter strings and longer strings?
So the longer strings are going to have more impact on the overall pin action, where you get more of a natural feel with the longer strings than the shorter ones.
Oh, okay. So the open play mode is kind of designed to go a little faster than
it would be a negligible difference. It's more about tangles and reducing tangles.
So the shorter the strings, the less tangles you would have?
Correct.
Okay.
Right. So it's that balance of recreational bowling, right? That's less of a concern. You out there having fun. The shorter strings work out great,
right.
And when you're in league mode, when you're doing leagues, tournaments, sports bowling, where
so basically to me what it sounds like is the league mode, USB-C mode, more duplicated without the strings.
Correct. It's engineered to provide a more optimal bowling experience.
I understand. Okay, I appreciate your time.
Absolutely. You. Thanks.
So CK Moore, 98 in the sixth with a 3-bagger up going into the ninth. This could be an upset with CK Moore taking the lead over Mitch Beasley. Jeff Atkins he went 9 spare in the ninth, opened the 10th for 202. Unfortunately, that is not enough for Anthony Cruz. If he strikes out, he can only shoot 198. So that match, Jeff Atkins is going to be moving on, and CK Moore with a 4-bagger coming on strong here late. Mitch Beasley with a 310 split in the ninth. Best he can shoot is 205. CK Moore will be moving on in his match. CK will be bowling Ryan Schaefer. Atkins will be bowling Tommy Hess. And Walter's bowling Michael Hagen. Just waiting on the winner of Gary Allstott and Steve Furman. And that winner will be bowling Ricky Schisler. You'll get your first look at our two-hander, Ricky Schisler out of Colorado. Beasley with a strike in the 10th, max score 205. Gary Allstott with a 3-6-10, picks that up handily. Gary doing what he does, filling frames. So that's just a couple frames left, folks, and then we'll be taking a break, and there'll be a re-oil and a warm-up period, and then we will be back for the next round, the top 8 here at Lehigh Lanes. Gary Allstott, another 7 count. He's trying to figure out a way to let Steve Furman back in the door. Furman can strike out from the 6th out. He can shoot 230 if he goes off the sheet. Allstott can shoot 231. Furman's 236. So, as like most bowling tournaments, it's ended up just the last couple frames. Who can finish? Allstott on the spare with a 245. Furman can take the lead if he throws the strikes here in the 8th and 9th. CK Moore up in the 10th just to finish his game. Solid 7 in the 10th, but it doesn't make any difference now. He's got 215 even if he doesn't open. Furman high, leaving the 2-4. Best he can shoot now is 214 for Steve Furman. CK with 227 against Mitch Beasley's 193. CK Moore and Ryan Schaefer will be your next match there. Walter Ray and Michael Hagen. Jeff Atkins, and Tommy Hess. Just waiting on the next one, and that match is scheduled to start roughly after the oil and the warm-ups, probably in just about an hour. Gary Allstott shutting the door on Steve Furman. Furman, the best he can shoot is 203. I take that back, 203. All Scott has to do is mark. All he has to do, remember I said that, is mark in the 10th. 9 out gives him 199. First shot in the 10th. Ooh, almost a 4-9. Leaves a 4-pin. He should be able to pick that up handily. That makes Gary Allstott moving on. Bowl. Ricky Schisler. On the spare, and that makes him moving on. Okay, folks, we're going to be signing off. This is Tom Carter on behalf of Lehigh Lanes, and I'll be back with you in roughly about 45 minutes to an hour on the next match.
this 2-3 game match. These are the qualifiers 1 through 4 added to the mix. Minutes remaining. Pull-up pony practice. Pull-up pony practice. Again, ball fans, these are the top 1 through qualifiers. 4 added to the mix. So about another best 2 after the game. Or if you need names changed, let us know at the front desk. Give these bowlers a nice round of applause there, bud. Good luck, bowlers.
All right, everybody, we are back here, Lehigh Lanes, with the top 8. The first match right in front of me is Ricky Schisler and Gary Allstott. Ricky Schisler qualified number 3 with plus 175. Gary Allstott qualified 14th at plus 53. Allstott got here by beating Steve Furman. Next, we have Walter A. Williams and Michael Haugen. Michael Haugen was tied for the lead at plus 198. Walter came in at number 7, qualifying at 114. He beat Lyle Kuhlman to get to this spot. And on 5 and 6, Tommy Hess, also tied for the lead at plus 198. And he is bowling Jeff Atkins, who came in at 16th place at plus 52. And Jeff beat Anthony Cruz to get to this spot. And finally, we have Ryan Schaefer and C.K. Moore. C.K. Moore qualified 12th at plus 58, and Ryan Schaefer qualified 4th at plus 133. This is the best out of 3. If you're just tuning in, best 2 out of 3 wins this. First person to win 2. This is the round of 8. And then we go to the round of 4, then top 2. So we should be done here at around 3 o'clock this afternoon with all of the bowling. Then we're going to be taking off to Clearwater for the PBA50 National Tour up at Maple Lanes, John Laspina's place in Clearwater on the Johnny Petraglia pattern. Same pattern that we're bowling on here, 45 feet. Tommy Hess with the first hiccup in probably 3 weeks. He left a split. Starts out with a strike, then leaves kind of a unique split through the face. He leaves the 3-4, 6-7. Interesting. Gary Allstott and Ricky Schisler starting out a little rough, open. Gary comes back with a strike. Ricky Schisler, our sole two-hander from Colorado in the finals. On our first pair on 3 and 4, C.K. Moore with a double. Ryan Schaefer, double. All tied up after 2. Ricky Schisler probably with the highest rev rate of these final 8, followed by Tommy Hess. Walter Ray doing what he does best, striking. Michael Hogan got to this point leading the tournament, and he played him a lot different than everybody else. He played him a little farther right, but Michael's a straighter player, and he's standing roughly on 20. He's playing like right up 13. Ryan Schaefer and C.K. Moore still tied up. Double spare, double spare. Tommy Hess, strike, open strike. Jeff Atkins, spare and a double. Jimmy Shorts. You bowl this tournament. What do you think about string pins?
Well, I really didn't see much different than a lot of the normal play we have. There was a few pins that got knocked down by the strings, but all in all, I would say it was a really competitive game. You had to be a shot maker. You weren't a power player. So it kind of brought it back to the old days. I thought it was really competitive.
Thank you. I thought the same thing. I thought it kind of leveled out the playing field with a higher rev rates to us guys that don't have that rev rate, which doesn't break my heart a lot because at my age, I'm not going to create a rev rate like them, and I'm not turning into two-handed. I don't know about you.
No, two-handed is definitely not my game.
You bowling Clearwater next week?
I'm going to blow Clearwater and give it a try again, and then head to Super Seniors and Masters.
Headed to Vegas then?
Yes.
Have you already bowled the USBCs? It's out there too.
No, I normally bowl with Lenny Borsch, but he's could only get one team this year because of all his health problems. So we're going to go out and try to get on the sub list and see what happens.
Well, best of luck to you. You driving or flying to Vegas? I got to know. I got a motorhome out there. Oh, Jeff Atkins had the 4-6-7 and almost slid the 4 over to the 6. Gary Allstott starting out open strike, open strike. Ricky Schisler with an open 8-spare 3-bagger. Walder actually with a half pocket hit. Don't see those very often on string pins. Strike, spare, 3-bagger. Michael Hagen, 9-spare, 9-spare. Open and a strike. And 3 and 4, Ryan Schaefer, the double 9-spare strike. C.K. Moore, double 9-spare, 9-spare. Oh, Jeff Atkins, 9-spare double, had a split and left the 3-6-10. Just takes the 3 off of the 3-6-10. Tommy Hess up with a strike. He had a split and a double now. Can take the lead early in the match. We only got 5 frames in. Best of 2 out of 3. First person to win 2 moves on to the final 4. Unfortunately, this is not going to be a PBA title. This is a test pattern on the strings to see if the PBA is actually going to hold tournaments on string pins. They got 2 more tournaments coming up in October, one in Waukesha, and the other one in E.J. Tackett's place in Indiana, I believe. And those are on the kids' regionals, so they'll have a better feel of what's going on and how the pins fall with our higher rev rate players. I don't know if they do pass it and make it real tournaments, will they go back retroactively and give the guys that won these tournaments titles? That's to be determined. But as of right now, it's just bowling. I don't see any difference. You still had to make shots. You got to pick up your spares. And like always, the guy that knocks the most spins down wins. Ricky Schisler, open, 8 spare, 5 bagger. Gary Allstott has got to get it going if he's going to keep up with Ricky. Again, Ricky with a higher rev rate, being two-handed. Don't see many of those on the senior tour, but we have a few. A light, leaner 6-pin on the 10, but doesn't knock it over Walter Ray. Walter strikes spare 3-bagger and with a 10-pin. If you just joined us here on YouTube, this is the PBA50 Lehigh Lanes Open in Lehigh Acres, Florida. We're down to the top 8 players, working our way down to the title match in just a couple hours. It's the best 2 out of 3 this match and next match, and the final match is a 1 game. Winner take all. On our first pair, 3 and 4, C.K. Moore and Ryan Schaefer. C.K. starting out with a double, and then 4 9 spares in a row. Having trouble getting out the corners, and he steps up in the 7th with a strike. Ryan Schaefer with a double, 9 spare, next 3. The tournament here at Lehigh Lanes, we had 54 players. We had 3 squads, and they cut to the top 16 players after 3 squads. Took plus 52 to make the cut. First place in this tournament is going to pay $3,000. Second's $1,500. Third and fourth, $950. Fifth through 8th, $750. 9th, $650. 10th, $650. 11th and 12th, also $650. And the remaining 4, $550. Cash 2 more spots, 17th and 18th, and they got $475 apiece. It took an average of 208.67 plus 52 for 6 games to make the cut here at Lehigh. Ryan Schaefer adds 2 more strikes to his run. Double 9 spare the next 5, shooting at a 279 pace. C.K. Moore can only shoot 240. Michael Hogan at 201. Walter going at a 250 pace. Allstott can shoot 215 if he takes it off the sheet. Ricky Schisler, 247. Jeff Atkins. 213 if he takes it off the sheet. And then we have a force 10 left by Tom Hess. He gets one to be 140 in the eighth. Best he can do is 200. Unfortunately, it's not total pins in this. It is just the best 2 out of 3. Some of the numbers would have changed if it had been total pins the first round, but that is the format. So it doesn't make any difference where you qualify. You just got to win your games. The biggest thing is just make the cut, make the top 16. So Ricky Schisler will win his first match. Ryan Schaefer is winning his first match. Pretty sure Walter Ray is going to win his match. And if things go the way they're going, Jeff Atkins should win his match. Ryan Schaefer just 4.9 in the 10th. That's 245. If CK goes out, it's 246. That's if Ryan gets one and doesn't pick it up. So I might have spoke too soon, but we shall see. Walter got a break there. That was extremely high. Almost left the 4-7-10. Ryan gets one. Makes him shooting 245. CK Mork needs to strike out to win by one. CK Moore does not strike the first ball in the 10th. You need them all, so that match does go to Ryan Schaefer. Tommy Hess does not strike in the 10th, so the best he can shoot is 180. And if Jeff goes 9 out, that would be a tie at 180 for that match. Jeff definitely needs to mark to win. Ricky Schisler, Colorado boy, 247 his first game. Tommy Hess's spare shot went down there a little quick. I think that was a frustration shot. Michael Hogan with a light shot that trips out the 7-pin. Something we don't see a whole lot of light hits. They do happen, but these are new machines, new kickbacks, and maybe things will soften up. I mean, they haven't been in only about 6 weeks, so things loosen up. The carry could get better, but this is a test program, so we got to bowl with the hand we're dealt, and it's not a bad thing. If you've never been to Lehigh Lanes, I think you should come out, give it a try. If you're in the area, bowl on the string pins and have your own opinion. Michael Hogan double in the 10th. Best he can do is 180, but that's not going to be good enough for this first match. Jeff Adkins with a strike in the 10th. So Adkins takes that match against Tom Hess, who is last year's Player of the Year, went in the Hall of Fame, and has been absolutely dominating the PBA 50 Senior Tour. They're bowling on the Johnny Petraglia 46-foot pattern, a total of 27.3 mils. Pattern plays more to the inside than the outside just because of all of the 2-2s that are, there's 5 2-2s the outside. It kind of limits you playing 10 and out. You have to get inside. Just kind of keep the ball tight. Most of the guys are using something shiny. It revs a little faster in the oil, so it can turn over on the back end. Not a whole lot of dull stuff going down, and definitely no urethane going down the lane today. Starting game 2 for Gary Allstott and Ricky Schisler. Gary starts out spare double. Ricky with a double. Close match so far. C.K. Moore and Ryan Schaefer. C.K. with a strike, 9 spare. Ryan Schaefer, 9 spare, 9 spare. And Tom Hess and Jeff Atkins just now getting started. Jeff starting out with a spare. Tommy yet to bowl. What you didn't see this week was a lot of guys using a lot of surface. You didn't need surface. You had plenty of hook. So you didn't need the ball starting up early. You just needed to finish strong enough to knock out the corners. Little delay on Walter Ray Michael Hogan's game. Walter making a little bit of a thumb adjustment with some tape. So he's just finishing up the 10th, and they'll be getting their second game started here in just a second. Tommy Hess, big four. Starts with a strike, shoots a big four. Game, second frame. CK on the 3-5, something you don't see very often. Almost chopped it, picks it up. Tommy gets 2 pins out of that big four. And you got to hit flush, but if you come in a little high, there's those chances, but high flush is good also. Michael Hogan, striker, extremely high flush on that shot. On 3 and 4, CK Moore and Ryan Schaefer. CK starting out strike. 9 spare, 8 spare, strike. Ryan Schaefer, 2 9 spares and a strike. He's up in the 4th, so we got a close match going there. Tommy has strike with an open. Jeff Atkins with a spare and a strike. Walter Ray still striking. If he wins this title, this will be title number, I don't know, 2,567. He's won so much it doesn't. Nobody can keep track. Gary Allstott in his match, spare 3-bagger. Ricky Schisler, double 9 spare, strike. Michael Hogan with a high hard one. He's not giving it away at all. But if you know Michael's game, he's pretty straight anyway. He's not going to see a whole lot of balls go right off of his hand. He's going either down the lane or at the pocket. Ricky Schisler, double, spare, double. You got a tight match going there. Ryan Schaefer and CK Moore have slowed it down. It's all spares and strikes. Nobody really taking the lead. Jeff Atkins has actually got a lead against Tom Hess here. He went spare, double, Hess, strike, open, strike. Two half-pocket hits, which we don't see that often. So maybe it's just the fact that these kickbacks, they're a polymer kickback instead of phenolic. Maybe these kickbacks are starting to liven up a little bit. You're starting to see a little half-pocket hits here. Still yet to see any messengers come flying across the lane. And if you're going to see it, you're either going to see it out of Tom Hess today or Ricky Schisler. But in the 2 tournaments coming up in Waukesha and the one in Indiana on the kids regional tour, there will probably be a lot more tournaments or messengers rather at those 2 tournaments. That was about as flush as you can get. Walter Ray just throwing that shot right there on lane 8. So all even against Walter and Michael Hogan. First 3 and first 3. Tommy Hess, looks like he woke up. Strike open, 3-bagger. Walter with the front 4. We got a slugfest going on, 7 and 8. We get done with this tournament, then everybody's got to pack up, beat feet, about 2.5-hour drive, kind of northwest up to Clearwater. Practice round for that tournament is tomorrow. Starts at 10:30. Get a 3-hour practice round. Pro-Am to follow. Tournament starts on Monday. Qualifying Monday, qualifying Tuesday. Finals on Wednesday. Jeff Atkins, spare 4-bagger, got up on the left lane, lane 5, and big Ford. He gets 2 of them, but that kind of evens up the match between him and Tommy Hess. He would like nothing more than taking out Player of the Year, Tom Hess. If he does, he would be the giant killer, because Tommy Hess has been leading everything there is every time he bowls. He won last week at our PBA National Stop in Fort Myers for his 7th PBA title. Tommy Hess bounces back with a strike in the 6th. Got a ball return on 3 and 4. I think that might be the first ball return I have seen since we've been here. Ricky Schisler with a hiccup there. 6-7-10 split. Walter Ray with the front 5. He's keeping the foot on the gas. Oh, a trip 2-pin for Tommy Hess. Misses the pocket. Almost leaves the 2-4-8. And there was a little bit of a fall forward, I guess you would call it. 4 took out the 2, falling forward. Ricky Schisler picks up that split, 6-7-10. They got a close match, 135 and a 6, 137 and a 6 for Gary Allstott. Both with a spare up. Walter with the front 6. Well, I did see a messenger. First time Ricky Schisler sends a messenger across the lane, but misses the 10. Michael Hogan with a 7-10. He had the front 3, 9 spare double, now a 7-10. Doesn't help his odds against Walter Ray at all. Jeff Atkins kind of hit a speed bump, slowing down, and Tommy Hess found the gas pedal. Ricky Schisler won the first match against Gary Allstott, but right now Gary Allstott's got the 2-pin lead going into the 8th. Both players have 9 spares up in the 8th. It's just a matter who can finish the 9th and 10th. Walter Ray with the front 7. Might be the first 300 of the tournament if he keeps going, obviously. We haven't had one yet. Ryan Schaefer with a 3-bagger in the 6th, 7th, and 8th takes a commanding lead over C.K. Moore. And if that's the case, Ryan Schaefer will move on because he won the first match over C.K. Tommy Hess, after that open in the second, he hit the gas. He's got the next 6. Gary Allstott, strike up in the 9th. Kind of forces Ricky to do the same. Well, it could have been the first 300 of the tournament. Walter leaving a 10-pin in the 8th. Ryan Schaefer strikes in the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. Could shoot 248. Tommy Hess looking at 266. Ricky Schisler not striking in the 9th. He's got 173 in the 8th. Could possible 223. And Ryan Schaefer is going to move on to the semifinal match. Well, Jeff Atkins and Tom Hess's match is going to go one more. They're 1-1. Winner of the next match will move on to face Ryan Schaefer. Michael Hogan trying to make a match out of this, needs to strike out to shoot 245 to force Walter to show up. Looks like Ricky Schisler, if he spare strikes in the 10th, to shoot 212, forcing Gary Allstott just to have to mark. Walter in the 9th. Ooh, that was just about too high. It looked like it could have been a 410, but he just leaves the 4-pin. Walter just needs to spare this and get count in the 10th, and that match will be over. Walter Ray moving on. CK Moore shot 193, struck out the 10th, but Ryan Schaefer looking at a 240 pace, so that match is over. So we've got two matches going the length, which is Tom Hess and Jeff Adkins, Ricky Schisler and Gary Allstott. Gary Allstott, 6 is a tie, 7's a win. Allstott with an 8 count. So 214 to 212. We have two matches going the distance. Two of the 4 matches are completed. Now we're down to the last 2 here. Winner of this moves on. One to finish Ryan Schaefer, the other one to face Walter Ray Williams. Jeff Atkins starts with a strike. Tommy Hess, 9 spare. Ricky Schisler starts off with a strike. So we got 2 matches going on before we get to the final 4. Jeff Atkins starts out with a 3-bagger. Tom Hess, spare. And then a double. Gary also strike 9. Ricky Schisler is up in the second, strikes in the first. After this match, instead of the best 2 out of 3, it is just going to be a 1-game match. I stand corrected. I said it was going to be 2 out of 3. It is only a 1-game match, and the title is only a 1-game match. So the next 2 sessions are going to go pretty fast. Ricky Schisler leaving the 4-7 in the second. Tommy Hess answering the call, spare 3-bagger. So that last match looks like it could be a little bit of a slugfest. The winner of Hess Atkins goes on to bowl Ryan Schaefer. And the winner of Allstott and Schisler go on to bowl Walter Ray Williams. And Ricky Schisler just opened the second. He chopped before off the 7, and a guy just talked right in the middle of Jeff Atkins' approach, and he went 3-6-10. Huh. Jeff converts to 3-6-10. Not that that makes him feel any better when some guy yelled right in his backswing, but unfortunately, when you have spectators, anything can happen. It's just unfortunate, And on the PBA, you don't get any redos. You got to deal with it. Jeff Atkins with another hiccup in the fifth, the 6-7-10, and does not convert, giving a huge opening to Tommy Hess. Tommy Hess, spare four-bagger, taking the lead in this final match against Jeff Atkins. Atkins with a three-bagger, seven-spare open. Tommy Hess doing what he does best when he gets under the gun. His focus is to just do a 180, and he strikes forever. Gary Allstott with a half-pocket hit, strike, spare, double, takes an early lead in his final game match against Ricky Schisler. Hess, spare five-bagger. He's not looking back. Jeff Atkins fighting back after that open, throws a double. He's got to finish it out, try to keep up with Tommy Hess. That was extremely high flush out of Tommy Hess. Looked like it was going to be through the face, but he got rewarded. He's making it tough on Jeff Atkins to catch because Tommy's shooting at a 290 pace. Atkins only can shoot 253. Gary Allstott with a three-bagger, third, fourth, and fifth. Taking a pretty serious lead over Ricky Schisler. Solid 7 for Tommy Hess in the 8th. Hess converts the 7-pin in the 8th. So I got Ryan Schaefer right here. He just won his match. He's going to the Final Four. Any strategy thoughts? What do you think about string pins?
I actually think you kind of get what you deserve. I mean, there's a couple exceptions. And I think the misconception is that you're going to carry better because the strings are going to hit the pins. I think what people don't realize is there's two different kinds of strings. One is certified and one is recreational. And from what I'm told, the recreational ones are the ones that, you know, tangle on other pins and come across and knock things over that shouldn't happen. But for the most part, I mean, you know, you flat 10 like you deserve to. I don't think there's as many ring 10s. I couldn't trip a 4-pin, but you still get light hits. And, you know, when I went high, a lot of times I split nothing, knocked anything over. I mean, I really, personally, for me, I didn't see a difference in my game. But, you know, I bowled 6 games yesterday, 2 today, so I don't have a big sample size. But I don't see a problem with it. I mean, everybody's bowling on it. The ball's going to go through the pins the same way. I know the big wah-wah is no messengers. Too bad. Hit flush.
Exactly. I agree with that wholeheartedly. I think it makes more about shot making. You don't get all the, and it brings the guys with a higher rev rate back into play for us guys with not that higher rev rate, I think. What do you see about the pattern? It looks like you got to bowl Tommy Hess if he keeps going. Any strategies against him?
No, I mean, I like this round here, they were like an arrow tighter for me than they were when I bowled last night. So I played the same part of the lane just with a different ball. So I think you just see, you know, the tighter hooking more, and you're going to play that part of the lane. It just matters what ball you use. Like yesterday, I used the Scorpion low flare, which is, it's not a big ball and it's symmetrical. And today I use the NV Tour, which is a little more and it's asymmetrical. So, but it's the same part of the lane.
Well, you're bowling on the fresh, so it's not like you have to bowl on the breakdown and worry about what's up. So you can develop your own shots. Good.
5 minutes.
You got 5 minutes to practice. Good luck in the semifinals. Jeff Atkins fighting back. He can shoot 253. Tommy Hess, if he doesn't strike here, he'll shoot 249. Atkins could strike out to take this match. Drum roll. Hess, 10 back. Tommy Hess looks like he'll be moving on to face Ryan Schaefer. Ricky Schisler opens. He left the 2-8-10. Gets the 2. He's got a 112 in the 7th. Gary Allstott clean through 6. Tommy Hess caps it off. Hess shooting a 260. Jeff Atkins strikes out at 250, but it's kind of a moot point now. Hess will be in the semifinals. It's a one-game match. He'll be bowling Ryan Schaefer. Waiting on one match to conclude with Ricky Schisler and Gary Allstott. Gary with 139 in a 6 strikeout. Can shoot 259. Best Ricky can do is 202. Unfortunately, that cough in the 5th frame for Jeff Atkins is probably going to haunt him for a little bit because he had that match in hand. Gary Allstott strikes the 7th and the 8th. Just a little more distance between him and Ricky Schisler. One more strikeout, Allstott. He'll be standing in tall cotton. Schisler with a strike in the 8th. Beautifully thrown ball there. Kept it tight, kept it on line. Ricky Schisler with a strike in the 9th. So he gives him 8th, 9th. He strikes out the 10th. $58 to $69. Allstott with a strike in the 9th, which pretty much just capped that. So Gary Allstott gets the bowl. Walter Ray Williams. So I have to say, unfortunately, Gary Allstott's going to be the underdog here because we got Tommy Hess, Pro, Walter Ray Williams, 7-time bowler of the year, and Gary Allstott looking to take them all down if possible. There's going to be a re-oil, and then we're going to come back with the final 4, which will be a one-game match. And after that, it'll be the top 2, which is also a one-game match. So we're going to be taking about a 20-minute break, and we'll be back.
2 minutes.
Qubica put money in.
Hey, how you doing? I'm so happy to see you.
I was thinking of best.
Welcome back, bowlers. We are in our final four here at Lehigh Lanes. Tommy Hess, #1 qualifier against Ryan Schaefer, the #4 qualifier, and Gary Allstott, #14 qualifier against Walter Ray Williams, the #7 qualifier. This is a one-game match. Winners advance will be right in front of us here on 5 and 6. Hess was tournament leader, so he got 2 buys in this tournament. Walter Ray got 1 bye. He had to defeat Kyle Coleman to get to this point, then had to defeat Michael Hogan, who was the #1 qualifier, to get to Allstott.
Mr. Walter Ray Williams Jr. from Austin, Florida, is bowling our 14th-seed player, Gary Allstott. From Washington, Illinois. Let's give it to Gary. Now, bowling in on 7 and 8. Our first-seeded player, Mr. Tom Hess of Granger, Iowa. Bowling our 4th-seeded player, Ryan Schaefer of Horseheads, New York. Let's give these bowlers a nice round of applause. Good luck, folks.
You probably heard those were the announcements from Steve Taylor, PBA tournament director on the South region. And we are underway here for our semifinal match. Hess against Schaefer, Allstott against Walter Ray. I got Jeff Atkins in front of me. He just unfortunately lost the match against Tommy Hess. What do you think about that match? I thought you had it all wrapped up, and unfortunately, there was a real tough break in the 6th frame for you.
Yeah, I threw a bad shot on the right lane, left the 3-6-10. Did something that I'm not used to lately is spared it. And then I threw a really bad shot on the left lane after that in Big Ford. And after the Big 4, I put a piece of tape in and it was golden then. My thumb loosens up and I got to keep it tighter. I don't stay under the ball. But it was a good match. Forced him to strike in the 9th and 10th.
Unfortunately, in that 6th frame, there was a gentleman that said goodbye to a player leaving, and I was wondering if that caught you on your approach.
Everything catches me on the approach. It's very quiet in here with a smaller house, and the string pins are very quiet, so there's not a lot of noise. And when somebody yells on your 2nd or 3rd step, it's going to distract you, unless you just got a really solid, focused mental game. And I certainly don't have that. But in the last tournament, I saw a guy walk down behind the in lane to go to the back, and he had to be 20 lanes to my right, and I still saw him. I see everything. I hear everything. I just don't have very good focus sometimes.
That stuff, I can feel your pain there. I'm the same way. My peripheral gets me in trouble.
Yes.
All the time.
Yes.
In my ears, I hear things better behind me than I do in front of me sometimes.
Yes, absolutely. It's like I can not hear somebody right next to me, and then I pick up everything when I'm on the approach. Like at the last tournament we bowled at, you could hear people when you were on the back of the approach, but as you started your approach, all the noise from all the pinfall, from all the lanes in play, covered up any noise in the back, so you didn't really hear it. Once you started your approach, I didn't hear anything other than the pins, and you're used to that. But here it's very quiet. These pin spotters are very quiet.
So what do you think about bowling on string?
You know, based on the results, I have to like it. I thought my pinfall was mostly true. There were a few suspect shots. You know, I think if you throw a good shot, sometimes the pinfall looks a little weird, but it's really no different than what you would have done on free fall pins. It just looks a little different. You still get the same result. And on this pattern and on this lane surface, I think high flush works best. And I'd be interested to see if that's true all the time or just on this pattern. Maybe.
Well, they got two more string pin tournaments coming up, one in Waukesha and one in Indiana, and the kids are going to be bowling on them. And it'll be interesting to see if they get all the messages they're used to getting when that happens.
That's an equalizer for me because I'm not throwing at 18 miles an hour, and I don't have the rev rate. I don't throw pins around as much as some of the younger guys. Never have. But it will be interesting to see if they can get that because there's very little of that here. You know, you need to throw a good shot and not rely on luck. And I think, you know, there might actually be on free fall, there are probably more lucky shots on free fall. You get things rolling over and just knocking a pin over that you might not get on this.
Sounds like you're saying it might even out the playing field a little bit.
It could. You know, if you throw it 19 miles an hour and you're throwing stuff out of the back, that might not happen as much. It's going to be interesting to see. But I wouldn't hesitate to go to those if they were maybe a little closer or you know, against the old guys.
Right.
It's a lot harder to keep up with the young guys.
So if there's another string pin tournament around, you would bowl?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
You bowl in Clearwater?
Yeah, I'm bowling Clearwater. Yep.
Okay.
And you know, you see the same guys are in the top four that you would expect on a free fall.
Exactly.
You know, it doesn't change. It's, you know, kind of like that. The poker thing is well, it's poker luck. Well, why are the same guys always winning if it's luck? I mean, not always, you know, but you have, you know, 3 national champions here, right? At least.
Yep.
And that's not surprising at all. Who made the top 4?
3 Hall of Famers
and a very solid player.
Right.
You know, I just wish somebody else could have got Hess when he shot 250 or whatever it was.
Well, you came from qualifying at 16th all the way up to heaven.
Yeah.
It looked like you were going to take out Hess.
Yeah.
And the big dog, and you'd have been bowling right here. But you had a great tournament. It was fun to watch you bowl. It's just unfortunately a bad break.
Yeah. 2 bad shots.
I will see you in Clearwater.
All right. Thanks, Tom.
So we're just starting out here, this 1-game match, semifinals. Tom Hess, 9 spare, 9 spare, 9 spare, and just struck in the 4th. Ryan Schaefer starting out with the front 3. Walter Ray with a 9 spare strike, 8 spare, or 9 spare, and now an 8 spare. Gary Allstott opened the first frame and a double. This is a 1-game match. Ryan Schaefer with the front 4. As Jeff just said, we have 3 of the players that we see every week in the finals with Tommy Hess, Walter Ray, and Ryan Schaefer. and it's no different. The greats always find the way to the top, and hopefully a player like Gary Allstott sneaks in and has got a chance to win a title. Ryan Schaefer kind of leaks that one to the right, but he's got kind of a unique rotation to his ball. He's got a high tilt, and then it got right. It seen the friction and came back. Normally we don't see him covering that many boards, but it worked well for him, that shot. Tommy Hess needs to start striking if he's going to try to even put any kind of pressure onto Ryan Schaefer. Gary Allstott opened the first frame, but the next four. Bowling 7-time Player of the Year, Walter Ray Williams. Obviously, he is not scared. I mean, most of these guys out here aren't scared anyway, just for the fact that we bowl each other week in and week out for about 16, 18 weeks. So it's kind of like a big senior traveling league for us, but you still have to bowl, and you're bowling against the greatest bowlers in the world. And Walter leaks that one to the right, 7 count, 2-4-5. Tommy Hess finds a way to throw a 3-bagger in the 4th, 5th, and 6th, trying to put some pressure back on Ryan Schaefer. Normally, I see Hess. He kind of reminds me a little bit of Pete Weber. The more frustrated or madder he gets, the better he bowls. And you can see that on his face because he hasn't been striking. Walter Ray just did something you don't ever see. He just chopped the 2-4-5. Ryan Schaefer with the front 6 looks like almost a late 4-9. It could have been a 4-9, but they both tripped to the back. Strings were not involved in that shot. Walter finally gets lined up and throws a second strike of the game in the 6th frame. Gary Allstott, Washington, Illinois. He owns 2 centers, I believe, one in Washington and one in Indiana. In Crawfordsville, Indiana. Washington, Illinois. I actually used to live there, believe it or not. Many, many moon ago. Now, you talk about you don't carry light hits. That almost missed the head pin, and he slides. The 4-pin comes back and hits the back side of the 2 and trips it forward, giving him a 5-bagger. Tommy Hess strikes in the 7th, giving him 4 in a row. He's got his work cut out of him because Ryan Schaefer's got the front 7. Oh, you got that break, tripping that 2-pin, leaked that one a little bit too far to the right. 7-10 for Gary Allstott. Not the leave you're hoping for when you got Walter Ray down. Looked like Tommy Hess made a move to the right, kind of squirted up a little bit. He got the next 5. 3 9 spares, 5-bagger. He's got a hot hand against him against Ryan Schaefer. Schaefer got the front 7 up in the 8th. Schaefer came in just a hair high, leaving a 4-pin. So he got a possible 279. Walter strikes in the 7th, gives him a double. Ryan, no problem converting that 4-pin. Ooh, a late fall by the 10-pin for Walter gives him a 3-bagger. He's got 84 in the 5th with the next 3. Ryan Schaefer up in the 9th. Pulls the trigger, striking the 9th. He's at a 279 pace. Tommy Hess at a 268 pace. Gary Allstott in the 8th, leaving a 10-pin. Tommy Hess is not giving up. He strikes on the 9th, and that gives him a 6-bagger. He finishes out in the 10th, 268. Definitely putting the pressure on Ryan Schaefer. Tommy Hess didn't like that off his hand. You could hurt him. He said something right at the foul line. He's like, ah, darn it. He didn't strike. Leaves a 3-pin. So that best he can shoot is 247. Gary Allstott, 4-pin in the 9th. If he spares it and strikes out, 224 is his max. 234 max for Walter Ray if he strikes out. Gary cannot shut out Walter. Walter's up first. He can end this real fast. That's why the greats are the greats. They eventually find something. When they find it, they don't miss. $247 for Tom Hess. Just an errant shot, first ball in the 10th. 9 out for Schaefer would be a tie, but I don't foresee that happening. Oh, Messenger in front of the 4-pin. That's something you don't see. All Ryan has to do is convert this, and he will be bowling against the winner of Walter Ray Gary Allstott's match for the title. Walter he got his first one in the 10th. He just needs one more shot. One more strike in the 10th locks out Gary Allstott, and it will be Walter Ray Williams and Ryan Schaefer, depending on this next shot. Walter needs this shot to shut him out and leaves a 10-pin. Got that just a little wide. He spares this as 223. Forces Allstott to throw a double to win. Well, it is. Gary's got to throw all three in the 10th. Double 9 is a tie. But this is what players look for. You know, I got to throw 3 strikes against the greatest player in the world to win. I mean, how many times have people dreamed about that? This is the scenario. Gary Allstott up in the 10th. He needs all 3. Off his hand, looks good, and he got the first one. Gary taking his time. This is a big shot for Gary. Oh, it's tight. He's got a chance. High flush. There's 2. 9 for a tie, strike for a win. If he does not strike and gets 9, there is going to be a 1-ball roll-off if there's a tie. Off his hand, he's got a chance. It's going to be high flush. It's not, we have a 1-ball roll-off. We have a tie.
All right, ball fans, as we see, we have a tie. So the rule is Walter is the higher seeded players. He gets to one the lane that he wants to bowl on or two, choose the lane and give it to Gary the first time. So it's his choice.
One ball roll off. Walter Reyes chose to start on the left lane. Allstott needs to follow. If Walter strikes, Gary's got to strike. We'll just keep going till somebody falters. Walter Reyes strikes on his first attempt. Gary Allstott, to keep this going, has to strike. He has to match him. You literally could hear a pin drop in this place right now. Allstott off his hand. Looks good. 10 pin. Walter Reyes moves on to bowl Ryan Schaefer for the title on lanes 5 and 6. Gary Allstott bowled an incredible game, and he pretty much can't throw it any better than what he just threw it. Unfortunately, didn't get the break. So now we have Walter Reyes, Ryan Schaefer.
Here are the results from our top four. Ryan Schaefer over top has 259 to 247. And as you just saw here on lanes 3 and 4, Walter Ray Williams Jr. over Gary Allstott, they both had 223. And then Walter had the striking, Gary had the 9. So give us a couple minutes. We'll be ready to go for the championship match.
How you doing, Tom? You doing all right?
I got this.
a minute and a half for our final match here at Lehigh Lanes, the Lehigh Open, against Ryan Schaefer, who qualified fourth at plus 133 against Walter Ray Williams, who qualified seventh at plus 114. We are roughly 55 seconds from the start of this match. Guys getting in their practice. Walter going for title number, who knows, a bunch. Ten seconds left.
All fans, this is a championship match. This is for all the week. This is for everything they've done this week.
$3,000 first place, $1,500 second for this match.
And now the top two bowlers that are remaining. Let's get it to Walter Ray Williams Jr. from Florida. Bowling against Ryan Schaefer from Horseheads.
Final match. Walter will be starting the match on the left lane. Walter's first shot off his hand. You talk about high flush. I don't know if it gets any more higher flush than what he just threw there. But high flush works real well on these pins. Flush and high flush. The light shots, they do carry, but they're not as prevalent as they are on free fall pins. Ryan Schaefer, first shot on the right lane. Comes in just a hair high and slow. It was a 410, but the 4 just tips, leaving just a 10 pin. So next to me, I got Dennis Bush, co-owner of Lehigh Lanes. So first tournament on string pins. How do you think it went?
Tom, I think it went pretty well, actually. Most of the bowlers had positive feedback, which is good. Besides a little mistake I made in the beginning, but no, I think things went well.
You plan on
How do
having another
you?
one?
You bowled on them. What do you think?
I thought it was awesome. I would do it again, and I think it's. I don't see any difference. I just think you have to make better shots, which there's nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that. And absolutely, we'd love to do another one. Hopefully next time they'll award a title for it. So we got Tom here. So he's getting his upfront view, and
Yeah,
hopefully he likes them.
Are on string pins. Are kids tournaments.
Are the young ones,
Yeah,
yes.
so they'll get a different feel of how the pins actually fall with a higher rev rate.
Higher rev rate, a little more speed. I'm curious to see that myself. We have a couple bowlers here that throw it a little harder and with a little more rev rate. And Daniel throws consistent messengers. I mean, sometimes they come in front of the 10 and don't necessarily connect, but they are flying.
I did see a messenger today, and it slid in front of the 10.
Yeah.
Just like what you're talking about.
That's what we see a lot is they're going in front of the 10, not connecting as much as they used to. And I'm not sure that's a bad thing to have less messengers anyway.
Well, the tournament ran, well, I think, absolutely perfect. There wasn't any breakdowns. We didn't have anything go on. It was just a smooth running tournament.
I appreciate that. We try hard, and we love having you guys here. And thank you for doing the commentary. And I wish you were out there bowling and not up here talking to me. But
Well, I did get to bowl. I just lost my first round match, but that happens. At least I got to bowl.
you got the bowl, and listen, for your first tournament back after the injuries and all the stuff you've had to do, it's pretty good. So hopefully it continues in Clearwater. Right? Yes, I'll be in Clearwater, so hopefully we can bowl against each other there. Maybe cross. That would be nice.
That'd be a fun time. All right. Thank you so much.
Tom, thank you.
Well, it looks like we got a little bit of a hiccup in the start. Ryan 9 spare, then split. Walder strike. 8 count on this. Not real happy with the execution of that first shot in the second frame, leaving the 6-10. That is something that you don't see, throwing that hard rubber black diamond, chopped the 6 straight back off the 10, and actually was going at it cross lane. So it's hard to believe you can chop a 6-10, but it just happened. So match 28 in the second for Walter, 26 in the second for Ryan Schaefer. If you're just tuning in, this is the first official PBA tournament on string pins, USBC certified string pins. 2 more to follow, 1 in Waukesha, 1 at EJ Tackett's place in Indiana, and Walter in the third frame just leaves a 10-pin. Tom Clark down here, commissioner of the PBA, to watch and oversee how this tournament is run and help decide whether these tournaments will be given a title maybe down the road. Right now, this is just a test tournament. No title to be given, no points to be given, just money. And the other 2 tournaments are going to be run the same way. They're not going to be given titles. And then they're going to look at all the data about string pins against free fall pins. And the PBA, USBC will make a decision if these are PBA worthy and to get a title. But we won't know that until all the information is in. And maybe if it does end up being a good thing, they retroactively go back and give the 3 winners of these tournaments a title. Ryan Schaefer, third frame, strike up. Fourth frame, Ryan Schaefer up left lane. It's a 2-pin match so far. Ryan with a double. Walter, a fourth frame ball. Looks like it's going high, but it's high flush for a strike. Walter Ray down about 8 pins in the third frame. A lot of bowling to be done. $3,000 first place in this tournament, $1,500 for second. Our next tournament is in Clearwater, the Johnny Petraglia BVL tournament at Maple Lanes. and the great Johnny Petraglia will be there. Walter Ray strikes in the 5th, giving Walter a double. Ryan Schaefer, 5th frame. Catches all of that one. 10 back for a 3-bagger. Still just an 8-pin lead by Ryan. Nobody jumping out, taking it. And you got 2 quality Hall of Fame players that are, have done this their entire life. It's going to be a fight to the finish. Ryan Schaefer, another strike on the left lane, giving him a 4-bagger, trying to stay in the lead because you never want to give Walter an opening. You don't become 7-time player of the year without making quality shots. Walter Ray answers the call by throwing a strike. He's got a 3-bagger, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Ryan Schaefer striking from the 3rd all the way to the 6th. Walter Ray throwing a brutal collision, I believe. That was high flush, giving Walter a 4-bagger. Ryan Schaefer throwing the hammer scorpion low flare. Ryan Schaefer up in the 7th with a 4-bagger, trying to extend his lead. Ryan with another strike, crossing 4th arrow, got that out to about 8. Didn't look like it was going to make it back. It was a little on the light side, but he got the break. Ryan Schaefer up in the 8th, crossing about 20. Out to like 9-10, but the ball just didn't face up enough, leaving a 10-pin. So it gives him 145 in the 6th. Strike in the 9th. Should be a spare up, giving him 165 in the 7th. Walter can take the lead with strikes in the 8th and 9th. Schaefer, flush on the spare. 165 in the 7th, 9 spare in the 8th. Possible 245 if he goes all the way out. $258 for Walter Ray Williams if he goes all the way out. Walter, high flush in the 8th, 5 in a row. Walter is trying to shut the door on Ryan Schaefer. Eighth frame for Walter. Off his hand, looks good. He's walking it out. And he pulled the ripcord on that one. Ryan Schaefer gets a chance. He gets to finish first in the 9th and 10th, 245. You can't shut out Walter, but he can sure put some pressure on him. Ryan Schaefer in the 9th, foundation frame. He looked at that a little questionably. He kind of gave a little laugh. He didn't think it was going to strike, but strikes in the 9th. Striking out gives him 245. He needs 3 in the 10th. Ryan's up in the 10th. This will be his first shot in the 10th. To help put some pressure on Walter. Looks good off his hand. He pulls the cord. First one. One thing about the string pins, there is no noise out of these machines. I mean, it is so quiet. You have to almost whisper here because everybody can hear what's been going on. And if you're a bowler with rabbit ears, you're hearing everything because it is unbelievably quiet. Schaefer for the second one in the 10th. Kind of stepped it out. Oh, there is a messenger that didn't go across. And it looked like the string stopped it. That's the first thing that we've seen. First time we've seen that today. That it looked like he could have had a messenger. It just didn't make it over there. That was the first time that we've seen that today. So a spare here gives Ryan Schaefer 234. And I'm quite sure that's what some of the people that don't understand the strings are going to complain about, that they don't get the message they used to. But, you know, that's bowling. It's just you make a quality shot, you get the reward. You don't make a quality shot, things happen. Walter Ray in the 10th, first shot. Ten pin, first shot in the 10th. 10 pin. Wow. 97, 217. Ryan Schaefer is the new champion here at Lehigh Lanes. Walter needed that first shot in the 10th. Leaves the 10 pin. Walter picks up the 10 pin, 217 in the 9th. I miscalculated. Hang on, folks. I miscalculated. That's my fault. Walter, 217. He strikes 237. Schaefer shoots 234. Walter could be your new champion. My mistake. Bad math. 7 to tie, 8 to win. Final shot in the 10th frame for Walter. 9, 236 to 234. Walter Ray Williams is your champion here at Lehigh Lanes at the Lehigh Open. Congratulations, Walter Ray. Everybody out there that's listening, thanks for listening. My name is Tom Carter. I enjoyed doing it. Hopefully we get to do this again next year at Lehigh Lanes. Until next year, folks, throw strikes, split the 8-9.
Chris and Dennis down for the award presentation. And of course, Mr. Tom, right here as well. All right, bowl fans, as a custom in the southern region, we always call up our second place finisher. So let's give a hand to Ryan Schaefer from Horseheads, New York.
Thanks a lot, guys. First, I want to congratulate Walter Ray. Obviously, he's the best ever, so there's no shame in losing to him. Great bowling to Gary Alstott. It was good to see him in the Final Four. And great bowling to Tom Hess. Anytime you can beat him, you accomplish something. Thanks to Dennis Bush and Chris Keene for having us. This is a really nice center, and the people are very friendly. And I enjoy bowling here. Thanks to Steve Taylor for running the tournament. It's not an easy job doing by yourself, so we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Okay, without further ado, let's call up Mr. Walter Ray Williams Jr. from Oxford, Florida. Not too far from here, by the way.
Thanks, Steve. Well, a couple of years ago, Ryan and I bowled in the title match, and he got the better of me, so it was nice to be able to bring that. Anyway, thanks Chris and Dennis for hosting us and Lehigh Lanes. The experiment with extreme pins is good with banging. This fun bowling here, I enjoyed it. Great host, great facility, like Brian said, and great bowling with Tom. Michael Howden bowled really well yesterday. Fortunately, things worked out a little better for me. So, but obviously, I'd like to thank all my sponsors like Brunswick and Vice Grips and my shirt company, Compass Sportswear. Go and thanks for everything, everybody, and See you around. Is this how we play?
That's a first on string. Doesn't he have enough titles?
I think the string might have yeah, I think there was a string in the west, but some, that doesn't make sense.
Dennis really did stop this, right? It's been a while, so we just have to, that's the question. I think that. It's real. Yeah, you get great skills. One way or the other, but it doesn't. You get all three guys? Yes. Everybody. One, two, and three. Let's try it one more time. Try it one more time. One, two, and three.